And good evening, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. And I see Chewy's doing it again. What is going on here? We just started. How's it going, Chewy? Nick, Chewy giving out another 5 gift subs. That's 2 streams in a row. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's see who got the um, subs. Exponent Not, C. Robin, Otter's Danger Den. There's somebody I know. Knuckles Show the Way, and Jose Ferreira. Welcome on in, everybody, to all our new subscribers. How's it going? Hey, Tech Jeeper. Yep, we got some Positron content again today. Make it rain. Yep. How's everybody doing? Hey, Glendon, how's it going? AstroSynth, how's it going? Welcome on in. You're new to my stream. Well, thank you for being here and sharing your time with us. Hopefully you like what you see. And if so, please make sure that you follow. Don't worry about the all caps. It's all good. Um, Hi, mate. Kind of sounds like an Australian. Are you actually down under, or where are you at, AstroSynth? So at least AstroSynth is relatively new. So welcome on in. My name is Digital Dragon. I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Julie, thank you for gifting AstroSynth a gift sub. I appreciate that. What that means is we do everything from printer unboxings like the Bamboo X1Cs over here, the Prusa Mark IV that's down here, to mods like the MMU3 that we added to the Mark IV, box turtles, stuff like that, to full up printer builds, and I participate in a lot of betas. You're in the UK. Well, there you go. You and welcome on in. Um, You're 49 years old and own an Ender 3. Well, that is good. Sorry, this cable keeps sitting wrong on my back. It drives me nuts. Um, so that's pretty cool. I didn't start off with an Ender 3. I actually started off with a TiVo Tarantula, which I promise you at some point, it sits right down here, will get brought back up onto the bench and revived. Um, it is in desperate need of some work to get it back up and running again. And I don't want to just take the frame apart and do something else with it. I want to get it back up and running again because, it's what got me started on this journey back in 2017. Um, and then I had an Ender 3. Over time, it got heavily modified, and it went over to my buddy Evil Diesel's house. And now he's got the Ender 3, 3 Prusa Mark IIIs that I self-sourced and are running on bare frames. So the 2040 extrusion frames. A Flying Bear Reborn 2, and a couple of others. Basically, I run out of room here, and I have a tendency to take him over to his place. Now he's out of room, and I keep building printers, so I'm going to have to find new homes. Um, yeah, that's the thing. Ender 3s work great. You have to put a little bit of time and effort into them to make sure that you've properly squared the frames and everything works. Yes. Chuck Hullabuck loves his Enders, loves his CR10s, loves anything Creality. And that's great. It works. But it's just like anything else. Every single one of these, you have to reach out and touch. You have to do maintenance on. And you probably shouldn't put a bunch of duskin in there and then leave the lid open and hope that you can pull all the moisture down in the room. But yeah, that's the big thing. These are tools. Yes, they're hobbies, but they're tools. We use them to do things. And as such, you've got to spend some time and energy on them. You've got to do some maintenance on them. You got to unclog things. You've got to swap nozzles occasionally because you forget that you put a standard nozzle into a printer that's had a obsidian in it forever, you got a clog, you pulled that out. The only spare nozzle you had was a standard brass nozzle, Revo, and you put it in there and don't think about it and run polycarbonate carbon fiber through it and turn a zero 0.6 into something between a 0.8 and a 1.0. So, hey, Zombie, how's it going? He had so many Ender 3s. Yeah, we've done an Ender belt conversion. We've done an Ender Core XY conversion that is also sitting down here that needs to see a little bit of love and then find a new home. I've got two Ender wires, which are, start life as Ender 3s. So yeah, you ran conduit today finally. Okay, so are you doing some surface mount electrical then? Is that what you were doing, Zombie? When you say by run conduit? So we're still waiting to see that studio finally fully decked out and done and painted and oh wait, that's right. Tonight you're supposed to be starting your from the house to garage. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you have a detached garage. There, yeah, there you go. I see. Yeah, now you're going to need some heat. So my shed, which is where the Milo's at, um, I ran two 20 amp circuits out there with the intent of eventually putting a mini split, which I have yet to do because I haven't finished the installation. But neither here nor there. We've been rambling. So positron, as you guys know, we've been working on a positron. Can you? No, see, you can't even see it. It's sitting right in front of me, and you can't see it. We're used to me having to like dodge around printer builds, and here we've got it right here. In fact, I moved the bench side camera a little bit to it's actually sitting on the bench right now, so that we can try and get a little bit closer to said positron. But there is our positron in all of its glory. It was 55 last night, and yeah, it was 52 overnight here in North Carolina. And I got up this morning and had to go into the office, and I wore a sweatshirt the whole day. People were looking at me like I'm funny, and I'm like, hey, I went from 300 pounds to, you know, a buck 75. Leave me alone. That and it's like, oh, everybody in the office, let's go back to the office. And there's like 15 people on the entire floor. Like, yeah, yeah. Yeah, if it's above freezing, it's all fine, right? As long as you're not trying to do resin printing. So as you can see, there's some little swatches down here. This was from me doing some initial tunings. So after the stream Tuesday, what I did was I fully retracted the filament out, made sure that I had this properly tightened and tensioned again, took the PTFE tube off, loaded filament in just by doing an extrusion, X amount, cut the filament right off at the ECAS fitting, and then told it to give me 100 millimeters. It was actually giving me 105. So I readjusted the rotation distance, flippers. So I adjusted the rotation distance and it was spot on. So pulled the filament back out, put the bone tube back in, said go and got that squared away. The other thing I did, I believe Nomad had told me to do the Z end stop adjust at the middle of the bed. I would suggest not doing that. Your three bed points are two in the front with springs and one in the back that's hard mounted. Hard mounted because that's where the connection is for the power to the bed, right? So what I did was I went to X90Y5, which gets me right in the middle and away from the edge some. And I did my Z end stop calibrate command at this point. because what I was finding is I was doing the end stop stuff over here, or going through the bed leveling routine at these points, and then when you come here, you can't get that adjustment to stick. There's no way of making it stick in the macro routine. So do your Z calibrate back here first, and then you're leveling these points, making sure that they're all level. Sound good? Once I did that, I was able to get a very good first layer, and I did my little, what was this? This was a 50 by 50 by 1 millimeter cube. And you'll see there's my first layer. And that's the nice thing I like about glass is, yeah, it gives you a mirror finish, right? Um, Now I still see some parts here where it looks like it's over extruding slightly. So I started doing they call it flow rate. It's the extrusion multiplier in uh it's a I think it's a flow rate. Yes, flow rate is the calibration test in Orca Slicer, but it's basically doing your extrusion multiplier. So you set your mechanical E steps so that when you're telling the software, I need 50 millimeters of filament, it's giving you 50 millimeters of filament. Then we calibrate the extrusion multiplier to make sure that at the tool head, we're not over or under extruding, and we get the nice surface finish that we want. So that's what these test. What's sitting on the bed right now was the, oh, whatchamacallit, the pressure advance test. I like how hard it is to get things off the glass. And it's not that the glass is super sticky, it's because you're getting such a clean surface finish um, that it's like a suction effect. The other thing I like is when you're sitting here, you've run a print, you're sitting in a meeting, and all of a sudden you hear cracking. And it's the print as it cools on this glass bed. And it's the print that's basically releasing in some areas that's making that cracking sound, not the glass itself. But once again, I love how first layers look and reflect on glass. I don't print with a lot of glass. I normally print with textured PEI, but when I do print with glass, it looks amazing. But we were doing a pressure advance test, and this is the standard like fishbone test here. And what we're doing is we're looking at the points to see if it's rounded or not. And in this case, the pressure advance is actually going to be probably higher than I've ever seen it to get where it's good and it's not rounding. It's not blobbing at the end and it's not rounding over at. So I think it's going to be that one. Of course, I can't really read the numbers. So I'm going to have to look at the print or the print preview to figure out what it was. 18 more, how's it going? Good evening, Mr. Wizix. Zombie going to lurk. Sorry. So what's we haven't like we're not fully done with this one yet. Or gosh, what do you think? I just build things here? What do you think? I just build things here? Like I've got nothing else better to do but to build things? So what are some of the next projects coming up? Well, I'm still waiting to get with Fabrico. As you may have heard, there's been 2 hurricanes in 2 weeks that came through. So, um, I've got some things with Fabrico that I'm waiting on a response back. As soon as I get a response from Hector, I'll pull the trigger on those. We did go ahead and order the IDEX upgrade kit for um, the rat rig. I know it looks like the rat rig is a catch-all for stuff. I promise you it is not. I have been printing on the rat rig. We're going to continue to print on the rat rig. In fact, one of the next things we're going to be doing is printing ABS. I've yet to do anything other than PLA on it. I need to actually fire off some PLA prints in green for some Halloween stuff. And then once those are done, we'll start ramping up and doing some ABS on this one. I was kind of holding off because I have no filtration on it. But I think it's next Tuesday. Um, my Stealth Max kit will be in, and I'm putting a Stealth Max in, so which is the larger Nevermore for larger print. So that's going to be there. Um, I know that there's a few things that I need to print out for the Mandalorian armor set. Um, I need to work on that. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that on a stream content or not. Um, I may do some type of small videos on it just because painting it, sanding, it's, that type of stuff, which, hey, watch me sand on stream. That's no fun. About as fun as watching paint dry. Um, I've got some other things that are going on that I can't show you because, once again, uh, a few of the machines behind me right now have beta parts in them that I'm testing. Um, if Zombie was here, he might know what I'm talking about. Um, 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 um. Yeah. The two things with Hector, which is going to be an LH Stinger. So super, super fast, capable Cartesian bed flinger. So if you were at 3D Printopia this year, the LH Stinger was on display at the Fabrico booth. If not, let me see. That helps. There we go. And actually, before I flip over to that, well, no, let's flip over to that. Okay. What I want to do real fast is update the, don't want to join your mail. I I love having Orca on two different machines. It would be great if they auto synced across, like if you had a profile and just, I don't know, auto synced. Um, because that would be cool. Positron. I know. Okay, gang, here's something that I will throw out there. Any any kind of naming for this? As you know, we like dragons. Everything in here is some type of dragon, either, like our bigger machines, the Rat Rig VCore 4 is Parthenax, which is an actual lore dragon. And then the black box, which is a 5-head tool changer, is called Tiamat. All the others are some type of, Fey Dragon, Speedy Dragon, Iron Dragon, Kyber Dragon. So we need to come up with a name for this. And I know why there is a copy on this. I've added the whatchamacallit, connection information, the IP address. Fix this. That match. Save. Tuned. Um, how'd you get the perfect first layer? Is there a worksheet I can download? Um, so I will tell you, normally what I do is when I commission most of my printers, I start off with the Voron documentation guide. I mean, it works because you've got a V0, which has a Z end stop. Everything else, you're doing bed screw adjust. You've got a Trident, which does a triple lead screw, which a lot of that still works for the rat rigs and the 0G because they're a triple lead screw type bed system. And then you've got the 2.4, which is a flying gantry, and it all kind of just works on setting that stuff up, depending on, no matter what printer you're using. In this case, what I did was ZN stop calibrate. When I did ZN stop calibrate, because I've got 3 points here, I did my ZN stop calibrate in the back center closest to the static point that I can't adjust. I cannot adjust this. This is the thing that holds the bed frame in. Okay. So I made sure that my ZN stop made 0 here with piece of paper. The good old piece of paper. In this case, what I used was a shipping label. And as you can tell by the marks on it, because this is thermal paper, I did it hot. Okay. I did it with the bed at 170, or excuse me, the bed at 60 and the tool head at 170. That let me get my Z underscore end stop underscore calibrate, and I calibrated my Z end stop distance for this back center of the bed. Save that, got my temps back up and stabilized, and then I went into we'll call it the bed screws adjust macro, basically, which on an ender would be going to the 4 corners and adjusting the bed and the nozzle. So your nozzle is going to come down to its known 0 point. And then you adjust the bed springs to raise or lower the bed so that you have a papers width between them. Same thing here, it's just upside down. As I loosen this, the spring can open up and push the bed down. And I got papers width here, and I went through and I did it a couple of times. That way you're close, right? Once that's done, I do some type of large flat surface. This is a 180 by 180. This is only a 50 by 50. Normally, like on an Ender 3, Chep has a good first layer routine that you can download. But I just grab a Orca Slicer cube, put it on the bed, rescale it and take off the checkbox, and I make it, like 50 millimeters or longer on each X and Y. And then for Z, I do, 1 millimeter. And what that allows me to do is get about 5 layers, and it gives me the ability and time to adjust up and down um, using our, this is fluid, but you've got your increments of 0.01, 1, and what have you here. And then this is for movement. But this is your, basically your Z offset baby set, right? So you can, these are way too fine. I normally just do 0.25 or 0.05. And you can move it up or down depending on whether you're too close or not close enough. And you work out your layer lines. Now, what I would normally do is get one layer going, and then as it starts the second layer, I would stop the print, let it cool a little bit, take the print off the bed, and then grab it along the layer lines and give it a pull. If it separates real easily, or if it separates when I take it off the bed, I'm not squished enough. If I can pull on it and I cannot break the bonds between the lines, then that means we're pretty good unless we're seeing a lot of rippling. If you're seeing a lot of rippling, that means you're too close and your layer lines are over squishing each other. So you want the layer lines to be consistent, and when you pull on them along the layer lines, right? So our top layer lines are going like this. I would take it and try and pull with just the one layer section. If I can pull it and break it, I need to go down a little bit more. And at that point, I'm going to start going down like 0.01 or 0.025. And I'm probably going to be able to not rip it. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that's what I look for. And then it's just a matter of running through the tests. So what I've been doing is we just come through the orca slicer stuff, and between tests, I will come in here and say new project. And it says the current project has unsaved changes. Would you like to save them before continuing? No. Discard. I don't want to keep any of those changes. Okay. And that's because it makes specific changes throughout your settings to support the test. So if we come up to calibration, and I was going to do, well, we did flow rate, right? So we did pass 1. I'm just going to click on pass 2. It's going to set the pattern there, and you will notice that there's now sections that have the back arrow basically on them. That's what changed. You can also see that it changed the setting here. So if I click on this, it should remove everything within that preset and bring it back to it. That's why it's critical between each one of these that you run that you say new project, don't save, and clear out any settings. Discard any of the settings. And yes, TechJeeper, I did see it. You sent me the cleaned up base plate covers. So I will take a look at it. The left side was fine. The right side around the LED section had some extra pieces there. It almost looked like a brim on it that was unnecessary. I'll look at it. I might reprint it. We'll see. What about fixing the design flaws of the Ender XY conversion kit? I've got one of the triple lead screw printed fixes. Print it out. It's sitting there on the printer. At some point, we just need to put it on the bench and do it, which may be what we'll do next after this. I'm not going to touch the ender belt. The ender belt's going to go to a show and not come home with me. Name idea. Fafnir, a dwarf turned dragon in the Norse Volsungason. It comes to mean one who grips tightly. Okay, I'm going to copy that. Toss that over here. Notepad. Cool. Apparently, I had something previously there. We'll toss that over here. We'll keep that around. See if anybody else has any other name ideas. So I've done the extrusion multiplier. We did the pressure advance. I actually need to look at the thing over here and figure out. Go through. Okay. So it looks like 0.35 for pressure. I don't set pressure advance here in the slicer. I set pressure advance in the config file. You can do it either way. We'll come over to configs. Oh, yeah, I don't like, or I don't. Let me rephrase that. I'm not going to say I don't like. I have not used fluid, and I know in Mainsail I can go in and hide a lot of that stuff. So pressure advance, we're going to say, we're going to change it from 2.5 to 3.5, and this is what I'm going to do. So what this does is when I make notes like this, and I really should have changed or made that same thing here. It tells me what I changed and when I made that change. So change from, it was, and that's good because that becomes a searchable field. So I can search on my initials, I can search on a date, but it helps me figure out what I've changed and what I've tuned, so that I can sit here and kind of keep track of things over time. Because some of these things like, oh, rotation distance was blah. Well, then I swap out the extruder for something else because I'm beta testing something, or I swap out a nozzle to something else, and I have to change pressure advance or some other thing, and I can make note of what was changed and why in here, so that when I go back, I can revert the changes back, right? From something like when I'm beta testing. Like on Iron Dragon, the where am I going here? Here we go. So Iron Dragon over here, my Trident, I like using to beta test some things because I've got the darked panels on it. So I don't stand the chance of something on one of these with a clear panel that I may have something on there that I can't show off and you guys being able to zoom in and catch it, right? So I run it in things like this or something over here with a dark panel on it so that you don't see what I'm working on when I can't show it off. And going through and just being methodical in here as you're tweaking things and as you're trying to play with things to get better performance, or hey, I tighten my, typically we tighten our belts to 150, right? Or I'm sorry, not 150, 110 hertz. Well, maybe you want to tighten them a little bit more and see if that improves performance. Or maybe, like we did here, I went from having the standard extrusions to then running carbon fiber gantry. Well, what did that change? Right? You can track your changes, and I would suggest that you do that. All right, cool, AstroSynth. Have a great one. If you want, we do have a Discord. You can go and join the conversation in the Discord or anywhere else. But how much would it cost to build you an Ender 3 V2 with a build plate of 500 by 500 by 250? Well, that would take changes in the extrusions for the X and the Y. Also the build plate, and at 500 by 500, you're going to have to go with an external mains powered heater because otherwise it would take like an hour to heat up. But hit me up on Discord and we can chat about that. Hey, Big Jano, how's it going? Yeah, wow, somebody that programs and uses comments. I've been doing that for a while. Phison. In fact, oh, hey, Nomad, welcome on in. On the Box Turtle, some of the comments that are in the Box Turtle were comments that I started making saying, hey, these are things that people need to look at and change. You need to identify which ones would be good. So there's some common settings, but there's one setting like right in the middle that would be the tool head sensor. Well, that's going to be different if you're running it directly back to a main board or if you're running a mellow board versus an EBB 36 versus SB 2209, and whether you're running a standard SB 2209 or the Raspberry Pi 2040 version. So it's like you need to make a comment in there that says you got to check this one, or bad things could happen, like energizing the wrong pin on a wrong board and frying something. So, yep. All right, sounds good, AstroSynth. Have a great one. Yeah, there you go, Otter Stager Den. I used to keep notebooks, and now I have like notes written all over the freaking place, post-it notes. And yeah, I've learned to just start documenting in the file directly. Because otherwise I forget where I wrote the damn thing at, and that doesn't help anything or anybody. Okay, so we've done a few prints, we've done a few tests. I think we're good as far as basic tuning for right now. I did extrusion or rotation distance yesterday. Nomad, slightly off when I what I did was I popped the tube off. I loaded, just did an extrude, so I had to heated the hot end up some. I did an extrude just so I had filament popping out from the extruder. I snipped it off right at the ECAS fitting, and I said, give me 100 at 5, at the 5 millimeter rate. I got 105. So I recalculated. It was a minor adjustment um, on the rotation distance. I Before I saved and restarted the change, I backed it up the 100 to make sure that it went back, and it did. So it was off in both directions. Um, I saved the change, restarted, said give me 100, and it measured 100 right on the nose. So we were good. I backed back out, put the tube in, ran the loading sequence, and off we went. The big thing that we probably need to make a change in the manual. I believe Tuesday you were telling me to do the Z calibrate in the middle. Do the Z calibrate at X90 like Y5. Get yourself in the center back of the bed and do your Z calibrate, because that's where you can save the change, right? Then when you're doing your bed screw adjust macro, you're really only focusing on these two and then validating that it's good on all 3 points. Yeah, that works good. And once I got that, I got really close, and then my first layers started coming out. Let me go bench size. This is bigger. My first layer started coming out really good. I'm still seeing some like extrusion issues. This is before I did the extrusion multiplier, but the little like scratchy points that you see here is basically where it didn't extrude, right? And I don't know why. But I love how that looks like glass in it. Love that with glass beds. Um, but this came out really well. I could see some ripples and stuff, but this I know is over extrusion. So now that I got my E-steps configured, I did extrusion multiplier and got that set. We just redid pressure advance. Mine wound up being 0.35 is where I like it the best versus the 0.25. And we're ready to go. So and it's laying down plastic now. Well, there you go. There you go. I'm gonna sit down for half a second here. Yeah, benchy time, exactly. So I am going to reslice a benchy and using my updated profile stuff, and we'll get a benchy going. I think the benchy's in here, isn't it? No, not. Right click and handy model, 3D benchy. Boom. There's benchy. Um, I think they should be addressable. I mean, Nomad will definitely be the one to tell you, but I think they should be addressable. I mean, their LEDs are on a like little daughter board, and each one has a 2-pin connection to it. So, well, no, if they're 2 pins, it wouldn't. Well, no, they got to be addressable because the lights are changing based on the status. Yeah, they've just done the configuration files so you don't have to mess with it. And I guess, since I updated that, I might want to save and filter. That's why. Filter clipper backup. See, that's what I like. I don't want to see 1,500, um, backup. Keep it clean. Um, oh, so these lights down here is a strip. It's an LED strip, right? These LEDs should be addressable. 4 LEDs, well, 3 LEDs over here, and then this one's just on. I think that one's off. Yeah, these two are single lights that are in a diffuser, and then this one would definitely. There's 4 lights up here, and the power light lights up as well. I don't think that's not addressable. That's just going to be, the power switch. But what am I doing? To the dash. Come over here. See, you guys got me kind of distracted now. So we got Benchy. Benchy would print this way. Standard settings. Tuned PLA profile with extrusion multiplier in it. Pressure advance is in the printer config file. We're going to rename the printer here eventually. We're going to change this from copy to whatever we decide to name. And I'm going to say, where's our string? 34315 crosshatch. I don't like crosshatch. Always do cubic. Because it's going to be a 59-minute Benchy. Upload and print. And we'll start both. And remind me as we're doing this, I want to clean up the blobby on my tool head as my hot end heats. I'm gonna peel off the blobbies. Right now our bed's heating up, and this bed heats up pretty quick for being an open air piece of glass. What kind of heater is this again, Nomad? Yeah, power switch is not adjustable. It's either on or off. If you want a different color, you'd have to figure out the model and swap it out, order a different one that has the color you want. And cut the harness and swap it out. But yeah, this has been a really cool build. I know they done a speed build in one day. And yes, I will say that is doable. Streaming it, I did this in 3 days. We pushed plastic. And we could have gone a lot faster, if I wasn't talking, like if I was sitting down at a show and we're saying, okay, time, speed build, go, then, we just churn through it. But, chatting with you guys, answering questions, stuff like that. We had a couple of gaffes, and one was, RTFM, right? It said to plug everything into the board before you keep going. And somewhere along the lines, I undid the cable for the bed and for the extruder motor because I kept trying to pick it up to do things, and you got the extruder motor dangling by the JST connector. I'm like, this isn't good, so I took it off. Did not even pay attention, got all the deck panels on, and then I said, oh wait, I can't get to those connectors. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screws, and you can take each side panel off and get to the connectors underneath it. So relatively easy to get those connectors back in. The pulleys in the back are different size. For whatever reason, I put the larger pulleys over here, and then I was realizing that I was bumping up against the sides of the printer there. And Nomad's like, it shouldn't be doing that. Where are your big pulleys? Luckily, it's undo the tension in the belts, and then I pulled this pulley off, pulled this pulley off, did the swap one side at a time, retension the belts, and we were done. So I will say this is a very easy printer to do maintenance on. a couple of screws, and you've got what, 4, 5, 6, 7 screws here, and you can take this top panel off, get to your fan, get to the circuit board and the tool head, and do whatever you need. So it's pretty easy. Everything's right there. It's open air, so you don't have to worry about taking panels off and to get to things. It's great to have an enclosed printer until you need to do maintenance on it. And then just about anything you go to do, you've got to take panels off and all that. So hey, I'm just running the default, whatever was the default speeds and stuff in Orchestrate. Yeah, this is just the default Posi profile in Orchestrate. And I'm sure if I built like 3 or 4 of these, I could probably get into it and print it a hell of a lot faster. And yeah, I'm sure that this can go a lot faster. But I tell you what, I will say within the next, either next week or the week after, when I go into the office on Thursday, I plan on taking this with me and maybe running it at the desk while I'm and showing it off to people at work. Oh yeah, Zizzo, we're done. We pushed plastic on Tuesday. It's just I needed to tune some things, and the big thing was we were over extruding. So when I on Wednesday I fully retracted the filament, popped the button tube out, inserted the filament until it came out the extruder. I cut it right at the ECAS fitting and did my, told it to give me 100 millimeters, and we were going 105. So I had to change the rotation distance. I figured out the best way to level the bed is to get centered and about 5 millimeters off the back and do your Z calibrate at that point. That way you're calibrating your Z0 point right here at the back at the fixed junction of the bed. Then when you do the macro and you're basically doing a bed screws adjust macro, you can worry about these two, come back here, validate that we're in a plane, and then you're good. That got me real close to my first layer, and then we were able to baby step using a 50 by 50 by 1 millimeter high cube, and then I was doing extrusion multiplier and pressure advance and Orcheslicer calibration tests, and everything's good at this point. Now we're printing boat. So yeah. And yeah, I know it's not fast. I could probably ramp it up even more, but this is the default Orcheslicer profile. And quite honestly, Nomad, I've got what? History. We've got less than 3 hours of print time on this. I don't really want to crank it for gold. I don't want to be like somebody I know that has broken their bed plate because they knocked it off the table, or be somebody that negative Z China on the nozzle and drove the nozzle and break the glass. So I've been very, very careful. So one of the issues that we had, Nomad told me to use the Ollie 3D fan shroud, which is a more enclosed fan shroud. We were getting rubbing on the inside the fan blades itself were rubbing and actually binding, which didn't kill the fan. It may have reduced its lifespan, but the fan couldn't spin. So what I did was there's cutouts for the mounting hole. I first tried putting a 5mm bearing in there because, well, I bought 100 of them doing the box turn. That didn't work. It was still catching in one spot. So I went and grabbed some 5.5mm bearings from the IRCFA kit, and with a 5.5mm bearing under each of the two mounting lugs, it holds it up just enough that it doesn't hit anymore. So that's the fix right now until they get the actual printed part redone. So Zizzo, the why is it print upside down? Nomad can tell you this because he's the actual designer, but basically they wanted a collapsible printer that was easily portable. You will be able to pull the bed and the bed mount off, undo one screw, and this Z-axis levers down for transport, right? You'll park your nozzle, which goes off to one side. You lever this down, and it goes into a travel case. And you put your screen. So we've got our control screen. This is running a CM4 in the back. This packs with your two spool holders and your glass bed on it, and it packs in a printer case and you can walk away. It's all for compactness and portability. If it was the other way around, folding it, you would need a lot bigger case. The whole purpose of this in the original design was to be able to put it in a spool box and transport it. So yeah, when I go to pack this up, it will pack up in a Pelican case. Let me bring us full screen here. It packs in a Pelican case, right? It's really cool because they've got the Positron kind of logo there. On the back, it's got a Positron label on it as well. And that label basically states that the dimensions of this is 200 by 200 by 70. The build volume for the printer is 180 by 180 by 165. So that's your Z height. 3 kilograms, and it operates at 24 volt DC. Like I said, whoops, if I don't drop this, you have to press the locking levers and they open up. And you've got this top layer. This top layer holds your screen, your spool holder, and your glass bed, right? And then you've got a nice layer of foam that sticks over the top of it. These allow you to pull that layer out. And you've got a spot for the power supply and the printer itself and its folded configuration. So all you need is this, which is TSA approved and can go on any airplane, right? People have taken these things through the airport a lot. So you have a nice carry case that keeps it well protected. And then you grab, a box of filament and off you go. So, yeah. Could add a battery and a Pelican case for on-the-go fun. Well, exactly. You've already got the Pelican case. This comes with the kit. This wasn't extra. It comes in here. So, yeah. You get the Pelican case, which has all of its nice protection to it. You'll have your, it runs off of 24-volt DC. So if you have the battery knowledge, you can, have battery will travel. You need the battery knowledge, talk to Mitch. He's good with batteries and backpack printers. KB3D just sold out. Okay, so Fabrico's the only one with kits left, and I don't know if Fabrico was impacted by the storm. Okay, and I will say this is coming out looking like dog doo-doo. And I just want to see. Could be at 200. We're at 200. But when I say that we're coming out looking like dog doo-doo, I mean, cooling wise, we're looking like dog doo-doo. I don't know if you guys can see that, but I mean, we're coming out looking like melted chocolate here, as far as layers and consistency. And I'm printing at 200 with the bed at 60C. If you've got different temperature settings, Matt, I would be, I'd love to hear them, but at this, it just looks like it's not getting enough cooling. And we're getting a lot of sagging. I'm going to go ahead and stop this because, yeah, this is not looking. Be keeping this in the trunk, yep. Pretty average and just finished mine. It's art. Your Fabrico's fine, good. Coco Positron, yeah. No, it's yeah, that's looking pretty rough there. Um, I mean, the part fan is on. Not right now. Nope. Part fan's not on. Well, let me rephrase that. I just turned the part fan on. The part fan's not spinning and it's super hot. So we have an issue with our part cooling fan again. I don't know if maybe I just tighten these down too much and it's in a cranked state. Yeah, my part cooling fan it's getting power. Until it's getting power because every time I say, hey, turn the fan on, the motor gets hot, but it's not going round and round. So that's going to be an issue. That'll self-release. So Yeah, it's not getting any part cooling is what's happening. So let me raise the bed. We're going to open this up again. You'll post a question in your Discord later. Maybe you have an answer to that. Yeah, it's not under extrusion. In this case, it's that part cooling fan is not kicking on. And I don't know why. Like I said, it's definitely getting power to it because that motor is getting hot. But it's not spinning. I mean, there's a little bit of residual air coming through, but that's the air that's coming from the hot end cooling, or the hot end cooling fan. But it's the part cooling fan that's not coming on and working. What I'm doing is I'm taking the pertinent pieces off to take that off. I want to take my fan. Yeah, that's nice and toasty. And yeah, that fan is not working at all. It seems like it's, like I said, the motor is hot, the center is hot, but it is not going, it not spinning. It can look like that, Bison. No, this is actually an LDO brushless DC fan. Yeah, it's got a hot spot on it, that's for sure. So, whoops, sorry about that. I have you guys kind of sitting precariously there. I'm kind of oh. And now that I took that off, I'm actually going to say, Nomad, I think I sprung a leak too. We've got filament everywhere. At least I'm pretty sure that's filament. So that could be also leading to some under extrusion woes. So it looks like I will be taking this apart, and there we go. I think the hot end's now cooled down to, so I am moving the fan myself. The fan's rotating. It's not catching anything. So that fan, there's no reason why this fan should not be working. It rotates in here just fine. And even if I come down here and just turn the printer fan on, you see how it kind of shook like it was trying? Like it's trying, but that fan is not getting appropriate signal or something. So there's something wrong with this fan. I have to check pins or something, but right now I'm going to shut down the printer. We may have to do some disassembly surgery here. Damn it, I didn't think. We've got filament in it. So, think. That flips back over. We're going to need to take this cover off. Is this user 2.5? So. Hey, Gulsifer, how's it going? You DM me in Discord, the GitHub to the little printer. No man. Okay, cool. Cool. I appreciate that, Gulsifer. Gulsifer is over there sending me links. He's like tagging me in X or Twitter feeds saying like, "Hey, you should build this." I'm like, what is it? I don't know. Oh, okay. So at least he went and dug up the files for it, so that's good. Okay, so cover's detached. This is hot end fan. Part cooling fan is coming in here. Part cooling fan is pinned how? Black, yellow, red. So it's pinned the same way as the hot end fan is. So okay, so it seems to be pinned correctly. And maybe we did kill the fan when we first installed it. I don't think I've got a 3-wire fan. I will check. We also, whoops, crap. Drop the ball bearing. We're gonna need those. Those around somewhere. The hot end though, whoops, sorry. Like I said, our hot end has sprung a leak and it's got filament everywhere now. I'm not sure if the silicone sock's going to want to come off. Do you not place you face down on the glass? I probably can. So yeah, see, we were doing good at the very beginning. I mean, that's a great first layer there. Kind of hard to show with the glassiness of it, but that's a great first layer. And then a few layers in, we just went to crap, and that was because the the part cooling fan's not working. So I should be able to place you guys up on the glass if my cable will play nicely with me. Cable keeps wanting to pull you over. Let me see if I can play with a couple of things. There we go. Okay, so let me work gently here. See if we can't get the stock off. Yeah, and unfortunately, I'm gonna have to heat the hot end up to try and pull some of that crap off. It should be good to bring my cable around. Get that plugged in. Now we have exposed electronics here, and this is a metal part, so I'm gonna go like that. Should be good. Nothing's touching. What's that, Gulfspur? Is that a collab? Uh, no, it was a. This was a. Assuming that's the link to that little printer. Yeah. So what Gulfspur was showing, we're talking about, put a link in here for us to take a look at, was okay, Zizzo, sorry about that. We'll chat about the helmets. Which particular helmet were you referring to? Yes, 24 volt TAC and PWM ground. Yep. I just don't know if I've got one that's set up that way, so I need to check. I might need a new fan. Yeah, so this is compact portable 130, 130, 207, about um, 60 by 60 by 60 is the build volume, so that's way super small, even smaller than a V0. But heated bed, double side fan, 140 watt USB power delivery via Type C, 20 volt drive, Clipper firmware with a mini display. I mean, that's a pretty cool little looking printer. It would definitely have to be something that I would look at. CAD, no STL, so you basically have to take the CAD and and pull out all the files to print it. But yeah, that would be neat. What I need to do here is I'm going to heat this up and I'm going to carefully try and pull all of the excess crap out from around that nozzle. And I'm also going to do a I'm trying to think if I go to do a filament unload, if it's going to move anything. I may just do a bunch of retract. I guess I could look at the macro. We'll send you a new fan. This is a brand new 10K fan from LVO that we don't actually have the specs for yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, that I'll definitely need a fan because this fan is not working. And like I said, it was really hot. I mean, the bearings are good. The motor gets really hot. So I think something fried inside. And it could be when I was trying to run it initially and it hung. Um, but yeah. Now this though, it says that this is a fully assembled. So my assumption was it was hot. Everything was hot tightened. Based on where the filament's at. I mean, there's not a whole lot around the nozzle. It looks like it's around the heat break and the 90-degree block. Sorry, I need to take a quick look and find the filament unload map. Filament. Z goes up, move the tool head to the front. I don't want any tool head movement with it half torn apart. So I'm just going to do it the old fashioned way. Extrude length. Let's go 250. Retract. I could have sped it up from 5, but that's okay. Yeah, it does have a purge before unloading. I just definitely don't want the tool head itself moving since I have the tool head board exposed and I'm applying power to it. So that's pulled back out of the hot end. So that part's good. I'm just going to come in and carefully remove these big blobs. Them down over here on the silicone. I want to sit them down on my stone because I don't know if it'll damage my stone. And I'm just looking at being very selective. I'm trying to stay away from things like thermistors, the heater wires, and stuff like that, and just clean up what I can. Um, and just be very careful what I'm doing here. Kind of like playing Operation. You don't want to short circuit something out, especially using a pair of metal tweezers, because you don't want to zap yourself, and you don't want to zap the electronics and blow something in the electronics. It does look like there is a good chunk over here. And I can't really tell where it's coming from. It looks like there's a good amount up at the top around the nozzle. I don't know if that's where it originated, and of course it just went down with gravity, or if it actually is an issue with the heat break to heat block over here. You just got some reports of the heat break not being tightened, and they're prepping a notice to try to prevent more leaks. Okay. So what you're saying is, I may have to clean this up the best that I can and tighten the heat break. And is there a instruction on how to put the heat or the hot end together? I'm just trying to figure out, like, okay, how best to go about getting this heat break done up, or yeah, tightened. What do I want to do? While I've got molten plastic, and I highly, highly do not suggest this, so do not follow what I am doing, but I am trying to get the residual off. Like, I can tell, like, obviously there's a bunch of little crap there that I can't get off with a tweezer. That's why I'm trying to just wipe the exposed surface real fast to try and get that, and it's real fast wipes. Try and get some of it off so that when I go in there to do the next step, I have as much of this sticky. So this is PLA, and PLA is got some corn base to it, which means you'll get basically what will look like cotton candy and it's sticky. So if you're going to try and get in there and heat tighten things, you need to make sure that you get as much of this residue off as possible so that you don't you're not trying to fight to get things hot tightened. And I will say here is all of the blobs that I've taken off so far. That's a pretty good deal. I guess I could just go to this and make it bigger because you can care less about the screen. So, whoop, there we go. So that's all I've taken off. And there's another blob that I can't get to right now because it's sort of on the bottom underside right near the thermistor. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to power it down. And while it's still hot, I'm going to kind of reach up there and try and get that out. But I need all power off of this thing before I do that. So I'm going to kind of move things over here to the edge so I can get to it from the underneath. I'm going to tell it to shut down the host. Say yes to confirm that. I'm going to grab my tweezers and hit power, unplug it so it's not energized, and try and quickly get up here while this is still hot and get this blob out that's right around the thermistor. This is one of those things that, maybe you got to turn it back on, heat it back up, and do this once or twice just to make sure you got most of the blob out or off so that you can do the hot tightening. I think I got the majority of it out. Let me throw some light in that area. Doing parts around the nozzle and stuff like that, that's no big deal. But if you're getting anywhere close to the thermistor or the hot end wires themselves, then make sure you just heat it up, turn the power off, and it should stay fairly warm for a little bit so that you can do some quick removal of material. And then if you need to, go through another heat and cool cycle. You just don't want to energize while you're moving around, especially not with a metal implement near these wires. I have shorted a hot end out before, and it sucks. Because you never know. If you're lucky, you just took out the hot end or the thermistor. If you're not lucky, you took out something a little more important. Like some part of your motherboard, and then you just cry. So I think I've got it cleaned out enough that I can get in there with the wrench um, and try and tighten that heat break some more. I just need to know what my procedure is going to be. Okay. Um, so I'm assuming that the bottom of the heat break going into the hot block, um, there's the wrench, there's the oops, sorry, there's like the socket piece here. This is what we're going to use to tighten. So as I mentioned, and I probably want to plug this back in so it can get some cooling heat on it. So the issue is we had large amounts of filament around this area and up on the heat block here. Not so much around the nozzle, but big gobs around this area here. Whoops. Darn it. Where am I? Where camera? Okay. Big gobs around here and around this piece of the hot block. So I'm assuming that this needs to get tightened into the hot block. And what we got? Pez Liz rating in. Okay, hold on one second, folks. I'm going to put you guys back up there. Switch over to here. Welcome on in, Raiders. My name is Digital Dragon. I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. That means we do everything from unboxings and talking about things like the X1C to full up printer builds like just about everything else you see behind me. We've been working on a Positron, and well, it didn't work out too well. It started off great. It really did. It started off really, really good. Let me go back to this view. So the bottom of this started off really, really good. We're actually going through the bed glass right now with this camera. And then it kind of went to poo-poo. And that was because our part cooling fan is not working at all. So that was an issue. And then when I started taking some things apart, we realized that we had a lot of filament that was seeping out. So I'm trying to check back in chat real fast. So Mixkey, we're writing it now, but the CAD is on GitHub if you want to reference that. The heater block is held on with 2 screws parallel to the heat break. That's these 2 screws right here. And a set screw on the heat sink. Okay. So basically remove these 2 screws, remove the set screw, which I'm assuming is on the back side because I don't see it here, here, or here. So that means taking this apart, or at least taking it off the thing so that we can get to it, and removing the heat break, and then the heat break from the cold side, and then retightening it here into the heat block. You heard what happened. I've never a known issue post. You've never seen this happen. So post an issue in the Discord. Would have been great. I'll have to go back into the video and try and snap a picture of the blob. Hey, you're back with friends. Welcome on in, Gulcifer. The Gusher, welcome in for the raid. Hey, Shawdell, Monsoon Josh. Pez coming in with a 16-month in a row subscription. Thank you, Pez. Or Liz. Shrimp Father, how's it going? Trying to get caught up here. Hey, Rittenhouse, welcome in. Fix 'em, dude. What's up? Welcome on in, Raiders. Hey, Kieran Clark. Yep. Thank you for the follow, Spot Beam. Stenberg, welcome in. Rated from Chaos Drucker to Pezliz, now to you. I wonder what the night brings. Exactly. Nothing good happens after 2 a.m. Just remember that, Stenberg. Hey, 3D Medic Vince, how's it going? Hey, Miss Lee Marie, how are you doing? Sorry, I need to grab some coffee. It's one of those days. One of those days, and while we're at it, I hate to do this, but something was brewing right as I was shutting down my work computer. So let me double, triple check real fast that it didn't blow up and I'm okay. Yeah, nothing's blown up. That's good. All right, it would be a security thing. So yeah, so basically what we just encountered was we had a leaking hot end. So right now we're energized. I probably don't want to be like poking and prodding with my fingers while it was energized. We did need to heat this up so that we could get all of the excess PLA out from around here. I did dab at it with a piece of paper towel just to try and get the residue because we know PLA, it's almost like sugar based. So if it gets on stuff, it kind of gets everywhere and stays sticky. So trying to get some of that residue off so that when we do whatever we need to do to disassemble the hot end, we can actually get the hot end apart and do our stuff to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually bring you back here to a somewhat bench side, and hopefully that me and my camera are going to fight. This is not the right mount for it. It's normally on the tripod over here, but I wanted to get you guys in a little closer. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to shut everything down again. The hot end's cooled off. We've retracted the filament. It's somewhere in the Bowden tube. So I should be able to remove the clip. Remove the clip and pull the Bowden tube out. And I keep forgetting that this is a lined hot end, so this goes in pretty darn far. It's not like we're used to where it only goes in like a couple of millimeters. It goes a ways in there. And now that everything's shut off, I am going to kill power and unplug it. So safety first, folks. Make sure it's unplugged. Thank you for the follow, Use. And what we're going to do is we're just going to continue to disassemble a little bit here. So we're going to unplug our CAN bus cable. We're going to unplug our thermistor, our hot end fan. We need to unscrew our heater wires. And I'm not sure if my screwdriver is small enough to get in there. That's a negative. Not that one, at least. My fix-it should be able to get in there, though. Okay, so this is off. And once again, this LDO fan, um, it's wired right. I validated the wiring, uh, and it moves, so the bearings are good. But under power, it wiggles, and that's it. So I think this motor got fried. So we're gonna, and I was thinking, okay, well maybe I have a fan that I can swap it out for. Um, maybe not. Um, hey Reverend, welcome on in. Yeah, you get to see surgery. I mean, we're push plastic. We're like I said, we're getting some really nice first layers out. I've got the first layer dialed in. I like glass on how it reflects like that. Um, so the first layer is dialed in really well, but you'll see after a couple layers, it just kind of went to goo, and that's because our part cooling fan is not working. So you've got a 200C hot end going up into a print on a 60C heated bed. All that heat is just kind of getting trapped there. And if you can't cool it, then it doesn't work so well. So we have an issue with our hot end. In order to get it unmounted from the plate, we're going to have to remove it from the build plate here. And those are and like I said, so far it's obviously very easy to work with. It's everything's right there. It's a few screws and boom, you're into it. So it does sound. Oh yeah, coffee sounds good. Yes, yes it does. You don't need to take the heat sink off. I was mistaken about the set screw. Okay, so I don't need to take this off. I just need to take the two screws out of the bottom, and I should be able to pull the heat break, or yeah, the whole assembly out of the heat sink itself. So that's good. That saves us a little bit. Glad I saw that. Thank you for bolting that, uh, Mixkey. Oh dear God, those are tiny. You guys are awesome. These things are tiny, but they're hex head, and the provided 1.5 millimeter works. So be very careful with these. Go slow. If you strip or break these screws, I'll say you're kind of screwed. I don't know if there's spares of these in the kit. And once again, this is why I was really trying to wipe off and get off as much of that PLA as possible, because that PLA does have a sugar base to it. That's why if you get the really wispy strings, it almost looks like cotton candy. And with that out, hopefully this should. Okay, so the two long screws are pulled out, and it ain't coming out of the hot end. So is it screwed into the hot end, or into the clip holding the heater cartridge is on top of the stack? Then yeah. So the heater's on the other side. We just remove these two from the block, or pull them into the block that's connecting it to the heat sink, right? So these two screws have been pulled back, so it's not connecting to the heat sink. is this screwed into the heatsink? Because the heater wires are right here. I should be able to undo it. I just don't know if this is screwed into the heatsink or if it should be able to pull straight out. It's press fit, it's just really tight. Okay, that's lovely. So let me move that down and out of the way. Oh, yes, that was pretty tight. Oh, hey, I know this. Is this from a dragonfly? So I think the issue though is it's this being connected into this. And I was trying to see there's a little bit more cruft in there, I think. Yeah, let me see if I can scrape off a bit more of this right there at the screw itself. I'm doing this off screen because I don't want people to watch what I'm doing and freak out or try this at home. So I'm trying to get rid of a hardened on piece of filament and get it out of the way. Because what we're going to need to do, I think, because we had a big blob around the edge here, a little bit on the top, but it was kind of blobbing up and over, a little bit around the nozzle itself, but the nozzle looks, I think that was just material that was getting between the sock and the nozzle, because that looks really tight. There's no real gap between the nozzle and the block. It looks like there might be a little gap between, if this will focus, between the copper heat throat and the block. Still kind of see a little bit what I'm doing. Yeah. Yeah, this is a Feta style. I know I've got spares of these over here. This is the Dragonfly BMO version. So, okay. So I think I need to, I think what I need to do is this set screw is for the thermistor, right? Because I think I need to move the thermistor because the flats are front to back, and I'm not going to be able to get something on that to try and tighten that. So I'm going to have to remove the set screw, or at least undo the set screw to remove the thermistor. See? There we go. That came out. Now, try and clean up that flat a little bit better. My thermistor is out of the way, so I'm not going to damage those delicate wires. Nobody tell Evil Diesel I'm using my iFixit screwdriver kit as basically a scraper. What am I kidding? You guys will mark on me. It's all good. Now, do I have the wrench or, of course I have the wrench. Be so much easier to get that excess PLA off there if I had a hot end, but then I wouldn't be touching it like this. So that's pretty good. Like I said, there is a bit of a gap right there. Like I can't get this screwdriver in there, but there is a visible gap at the top here. There's no visible gap here between the nozzle and the heat block head, but there's a slight gap right here. And that's the only thing I can think of where filament would have been coming out at based on where the filament blobs were at. Hey, Chris, how's it going? Uh-oh. 19 months of this schmuck. Yep. How's it going, Chris? So, Chris, I hear you're sold out of Positron kits. You need more Positrons in your life. So we had an issue where my cooling fan, my print cooling fan's not working. That was identified when we were doing a benchy, and it came out looking like, we were doing it on a cocoa press. Batch 3 soon, yeah. So when I was looking at the fan, I noticed there was a lot of blobbing, and the blobbing was primarily, let me get this out of the way. The blobbing was primarily right around this area, underneath as well. So it was right in this area of the heat break, and then some up here on the heat block. There's a little bit around the nozzle, but that nozzle is pretty tight. I see a little bit of a gap right here that I'm going to try and close up. The nozzle's tight. So based on the majority of the filament being down here, I think it's in this heat break connection right here. So we basically disassembled the whole hot end, and I'm going to see if I can't tighten that up a bit, and I may have to use my Knipex because I don't trust those little wrenches that come with them. So once again, Knipex to the rescue. Maybe Knipex to the rescue. may have to do double Knipex to try this. And don't worry, on the other Knipex, I'm going to go on the heat block on either side, not where the ceramic heater is. And I shouldn't have to go very far at all. Basically 1 or 2 degrees off of like parallel to get me where we needed to go. So I'm debating whether I should take the whole thing out and try and reseat it, but I doubt it. That would probably just make it worse. And technically, you'd want to hot tighten this and do it when it's hot, but there's no real way you're going to do that. Actually, this one, you always do the heat block cold. It would be the nozzle that would be done hot. So I'll say I cranked on that as much as I'm willing to and as safely as I could. Once again, my mid-sized Knipex, I was grabbing here on either side of the hot block. I can't grab here because that's where the ceramic heater and stuff is. So I'm grabbing it here. I don't want to go anywhere near the nozzle. So here's the best place to grab it. And then I grabbed the flat edges here and tried to just a tiny bit more. And that's about the best that I can do without potentially really screwing things up. We're going to slide that back in there. Try and get these lined up and screwed back in. Oops. I guess I better put the thermistor back in there beforehand, huh? Slide the thermistor back in there all the way. Tighten that set screw back up. Heat gun, yeah, I guess I could use a heat gun. Do you guys think it's worth it to do a heat gun? And I'm asking you, Smiksky and Nomad. Once again, this is not going to get it to be able to focus on. Focus on this. Hey, thank you for the follow. Was it Dennis Scarpes? Thank you, thank you, thank you. These push through. Darn flaw. Going to come around there like that. This goes in. Get these lined up. And once again, you want to be very careful when you're screwing these back in. You can shear these bolts off pretty darn easily. They're very small, so be careful. Okay, we've got a clean hot end again. We'll put our sock back on to protect things. Be aware that the one side of the sock goes around that set screw on the side. I'm assuming it would be a lot easier to get the set screw like put through it rather than try and get the sock around the set screw that's already in place. Go. Okay, so that's there. Both of the, or all of these wires come that direction. We're still going to have the issue with a bad fan. Like I said, the fan gets hot, but the fan no movie. We'll try and give that a shot one more time. To see if we can get it running while it's not plugged into anything. You can get things done while it's not plugged into anything. Screwed down to anything. Put the hot end wires back in. Thermistor wire down here at the bottom. This is the hot end fan. Okay. Hot end fan, which is the top one here, and then the middle one next to our inbound plug. That is for the part cooling fan. That is not really working for us. So that put in. And for now, I'm just going to put one of these in there. Put two of them in there just to keep it from rotating around on us. Because what I want to do is plug some things back in. So, like so. Just plug back in. Okay, so that we can leave this out and it's visible. Run that down there. Okay. Set you up here. And we should be good to go again. Power. No sparky sparks, so that's always good. We got our really cool LDO display popping up. Hey Dennis Scarps, how's it going? Hey Nomi, how's it going? Welcome in. Hey Firebird, how's it going? Yeah, don't let the smoke out of the electronics. It's how they work, you know. Yep. Yep. No, we haven't let the smoke out. It's booting up. And we're back up. So we're back up and running. what I'm trying to do, um, I know the hot end fan works. Um, I'm This is the fan that's in question. This is the fan that's not been working. So I'm going to come down in the um, fluid interface. I'm just going to turn that fan on. See if it comes on. Okay, you see what it does? It tries and then it fails. It's doing this jitter thing. It's really weird. So I don't know if it's not getting full power or what the deal is. It's trying though. Um, I'm gonna unplug the fan. We've got like nothing else to lose at this point because we know the fan's not working. I'm peeling this back just to look at the solder joints. Huh. So we're signal, power, and ground, and we're switching on ground. Look at that ground connection. If I can get it to focus, which it's not going to. Seriously, come on, focus. That ground connection is a little sus. So bear with me, and I'm going to see if I can't redo that ground connection. Would not be the first time that, like, I had a an extruder motor on a Focus that was DOA. And after I got the replacement, I went ahead and opened up the bad motor and I found it was a bad ground on the motor. And as soon as I fixed that, the motor worked. So then we had a spare. Um, yeah, so let me see if I can't fix that issue. Um, and of course, I'll be right back. I left all my soldering stuff downstairs. And hey, KB3D Chris, since you're here, I keep pinging you on Discord and you're ignoring me. So I'm gonna have to call you out here. Um, can you tell everybody, and I'm gonna shut this down so I can move this off the work table to be able to work. Can you tell everybody the dates for the KB3D open house? Give me 1 second. Sorry. When family calls, you always just say, okay, I probably should answer that. Um, so let's get filament back there. I'm just going to take the positron and set it down on the ground for now. And by the way, um, number 3 is all wired up. I just need to do PTFE tubes and the CAN bus cable. And we'll be testing number 3 of the box turtle soon. And it's on the side, it's not on its back, it's on its side. No box turtles were harmed in this endeavor. I've got a 4th one to build as well. And that one will be themed to match Kyber Dragon, which will be going over to a local shop for for display. Yeah, it's a fairly sloppy connection there, so I'm going to see if I can't touch it up. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do it right here like it is by hand. I need that and this. I can just use that. Oh, it works better when it's plugged into the surge protector. Like, why is that not working? Works better when it's plugged into the surge. Here we go. And see, it's funny. Chris has been talking, and as soon as I say, "Hey, Chris, give an announcement about your open house," then he goes quiet on me. Whoop! You guys are gonna keep falling around over there. That is not the right mount for that. We'll see if we can't get this a little bit better. Without melting the housing. Trying to do this on stream is fun as well. Normally, this type of fiddly I would have done not on. With this being the only option we have. Now I'm wondering, like, is this worth a darn? Definitely 10. Okay. My inspection spectacles. How's it going, Tin Talon? Builder's Mark, thank you for the follow. Hey, Crash Chris, welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. We got a Shirtle in here. We got a K2 Kevin, Stephen Poole, Views 1083. Welcome on in. Oh, we got Polymaker rating in. Holy crud. Welcome on in, Polymaker, in your group of 60. Our Bushmaster, Tank Live. Hey, Tank. You're back again. Stephen Poole. Yep. So we have a fan that was giving us fits. And looking at it, one of the connections, which happened to be the ground, was a little sus. And may still be a little. So what I'm trying to do is resolder it, and I'm using my extra fine and dandy spectacles here called my Apple phone on 3X. To get a better view of the solder. So the black wire or the ground wire looked like it was barely hanging on by a thread. So what I'm hoping is that by resoldering that joint, the fan will start working, because this is being driven by PWM on the ground side, right? So hopefully this will let this fan work again, and we'll be back up and running on our Positron. If not, then I'm going to have to wait for a new fan. We also noticed some blobbing around the hot end when we were looking, or when we took the fan shroud back off and started to look into why the fan was giving us issues. We noticed that we had some PLA blobs around the hot end. And so that had us look into the hot end. We took that apart and tried to give a little bit extra torque to the hot end, or the heat block, to the heat throat to the heat block. I think that's how we say that. And I think we're about as good as we can make that. So we'll test our fan again here and see how close we are to being good. If we get our fan back, that's the best thing that we can have, because it is a tacho fan, which means it has an active tachometer feed to it. And it's a specialty fan. So if it's not working, then we're kind of SOL. I can't just throw any other fan into it. And I feel bad that I'm using the rat rig as a horizontal surface. So we're going to bring this back up here. And all we're going to do is we're going to plug the fan in, because I want to work on it on the bench and see if it works. If it starts working again, then we'll come in and button everything back up in the tool head. If not, then we're kind of still in a holding pattern. And we'll get to find out real fast if that solder is good or not. Hey, Maker Viking, how's it going? So while we're waiting for this to boot up, I will flip this back over. So our friend, was it Timor? was telling me about this project, and he found the GitHub for it. He sent me this on X, but this is a cute, tiny printer. Um, the printer size is 130 by 130 by 207. That's the printer, right? The build volume is 60 by 60 by 60. So this is a tiny, tiny thing. Like this is a 180 by 180 by 165. To give you a kind of an idea. Um, so this is something that he threw out there as a potential, hey, you should build something like this if you have no builds to do, right? I'm working with Fabrico to get an LH Stinger kit. I don't know why these are coming up so small. Compressed. Don't know why. But we're looking at getting an LH Stinger. Here we go. So this is uh, a Cartesian bed flinger running dual motors on Y, and you have the option for dual X motors. So it's basically like an all-wheel drive. It is all 48 volt on the motors. So this thing goes stupid crazy. It's a drop-in for a 5015 blower. Just might need to adjust the config to not use the fan test macro. Okay, yeah, well that's an option too. That is an option. So I'm working with Fabrico to get one of these kits to do a build, as well as um, one of the Baby Belt Pros. So I'll have a Baby Belt Pro on the stream. That's a couple of the builds that we'll be working on. Yeah, this is a pretty wild printer. Fabrico had one. I think it was Delmar. Delmar had it. So it was at the Fabrico booth. This is your control panel. Like it's got all of your brains sitting in this control panel or in this control box. And like I said, it's all 48 volt, 24 volt for the board, but all the motors and stuff are running at 5160s, I believe, at 48 volts. So that'll be a fun build. We'll have a Baby Belt Pro kit as well once those come in. That's something we might look into. There's no manual. It's only CAD. There's no STLs. You have to go into CAD and pull all the parts out and print them. So we'll see. I'm not sold on that one. So we're back in. Everything's back up. And what we want to do is come down to the part fan and turn the part fan on and see if we get movement on our part fan. This turns on and goes and we're good. And we're still jittery. So I'm not sure why, but there is something up with this fan. It's trying, but it's not. And you can see by hand, it it spins on the bearings really good. So it's actually motor then that's damaged on this. Um, we can go to a different fan. Let me see what I have 5015 wise real fast. Like I said, I may have a Honey Badger 5015 with a taco, but I can't remember. So let me double check. That's going to be a negative on the Honey Badger 5015. And where did I put all the fans at? Thought, and yeah, I moved them. Great. Where did I move the fan? Fans. Where is the box that I moved all of the fans? This one. It's this one over here underneath the black box. I believe this is where I put all of my fans at. Do I have 5015s in here? 4010s. Hey, I got a I got a bunch of WINSINN 5015s. And we want 24 volts, right? 24 volt 5015 fan. We're going to try and give that a shot and see if that works for us. All right, let's just kind of go to a bigger layout. Really wish I knew. Like, I can't even tell if it's like if it was actually soldered right at the factory. Power ground signal off to the side. I don't know. Maybe I'll take this pulley apart and give it a shot. Who knows? But I need 3-pin, and we are. What are we? We are power on one side, ground on the other, and these are a completely different size connector. I think, did we have connectors in the kit? Yeah, just about everything else in the kit. I'm a fan. Does that count? Yeah, you know, hey. I don't know if I have one of these. Like, where's my spares box? No spare connectors. I got just about enough screws and stuff to build another positron, but no spare connectors. Tell you what. Let's see. Do I have the right size and type? Nope. Nope. Hey. Oop. Sitting here like trying to show you guys. I think I got some of the right size and type here. So I need to cut and crimp. See about how long this needs to be. So facto about like that. Measure once. Cut a lot. Sure. Here we go. I got too many wires. Alrighty. I'm going to sit down again to do this one because I have a feeling this is going to be. I hate these little connectors. Yeah, they're pH 2.0 connectors. They're definitely a little bit smaller than normal. Bum, 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 bum. Coffee, coffee. Okay. These tiny suckers going. So we tried resoldering the wires. That wasn't it. The fan's still not playing nice. So we're going to crimp on new connectors onto a WINSINN fan. These connectors aren't that bad. The ones that really suck are the ones that are on the SB2209s. Those things are a crime to humanity. They really are. Whoever designed those, there's a Russian gulag, so has your name. The XH 2.54, 0.1 are easier to work with, but a little harder to, exactly, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get the reasoning for it. I get that part. But yeah, the SB 2209s are just heinous. They're like the next size smaller past these. Unlike the black box where we're using like big chunky Molex connectors like you would use on a PC. That spoiled me when I had to wire that up. That and Duet gives you enough connectors that if you did screw up the wiring, you had like 5 chances to get it right. Here. In the And of course, we got to cut the phalange thingies off. Take the cover off. Okay. And we're back up. We've got another fan here. We might have to do a little bit more trimming on these little nubs to make sure that we can get it in there. Should be okay. And we need to put I'm going to go ahead and put my 5.5 millimeter ball bearings back in there. Once again, that is going to hold the fan off of the plastic piece a bit. and allow for this to sit down in there. Like so. Come out around and plug in. And you said we need to take the tachometer check out. So oh yeah, the SB2209 finally started shipping with like a whole set of crimped ends pre-done. So all I have to do is just peel them out and solder them. It's the only way to use those things. Configuration, printer. Then we're going to scroll down to a fan section. Head screw, temperature, temperature, resonance, ADL. There's the neopixels, Jeno. Here's your neopixel chain. Fan. Cool head. ECF. Part cooling fan. Tachometer pin. So I'm assuming. Huh. I would say it doesn't matter about commenting out the tachometer pin, right? It really wouldn't matter. It's more of, it's in the print start G code that does the, okay. So that wouldn't be in printer config then. That would be in the macro. Positron macros. M300, M600. Sorry, you guys are not seeing this. That doesn't help. We're in the Positron macros config file. I'm not using the beta. This is the latest. We did update to the latest, but this is not the beta. Nozzle purge, nozzle dock, undock, unload filament. Load filament. Print start. Don't see anything in there that would be related to the fan. So there is, so the tacho is only being referenced in the beta stuff. Okay, gotcha. So we should be good. And having the tacho pin defined in the printer config shouldn't do anything because it's just whether or not it's called. So let me come back up to the dashboard. The big trick now is, does the fan turn on? We've got it connected and I pushed it in there. So let me pop it back out and see if the fan actually turns on when I tell it to turn on. Part fan. Part fan, no do part fan thing. Why is part fan not do part fan? We'll do reboot. Ground at the bottom, power at the top. That's right. I did a reboot since I was plugging things in and out. I figured might want to make sure and just do a reboot. But positive's going to the top side. Yep, positive and negative are in the right ones. The middle pen with tacho is not it's empty. I kind of wonder if it's the board. Like I kind of wonder if it's my tool head board. Because yeah, this isn't even trying. At least with the other one, I was getting it to try. This one's not even trying. Pull that out. And put this one back in. Yeah. I don't know why it's trying. Oh, it's at 1%. So this is trying. So this fan tries, the other one doesn't. So I can feel this trying. If I try and move it, it does the shaky shake. Plugging the other one in, DC 24 volt brushless fan. The positive and negative wires are in the right spot. Connectors are nice and good. Plug that in. Nothing. It's not even trying. So could this have been a bad fan? Could have been. Um, well, there's the tacho macros. ECF check, pre-flight check. But these aren't actually called anywhere, these macros. So why would it not even try and fire up? It shouldn't matter if the tacho pin is defined or not in the printer config. We are limiting the power to it to 80%. Shouldn't make a difference. Start half a second off below 0.013. Cycle time. I mean, all this looks pretty standard as far as the max power and everything. The only thing I'm not used to seeing is the tacho pen, but that's because I don't run tacho. I wonder if there's a problem with this board. What I'm going to do, no, I can't do that. Well, yeah, I can. Yeah, I can. I'm going to pin this, plug it in, turn the fan on, and check it with my voltmeter and see what we're getting. I'm wondering if it's something wrong in the board that's crapping it out. I don't know why it would be, but that's the only other thing I can think of as to what may be going on. So I need to crimp an end on this to plug them in. The other end I can just kind of go bare wires and I mean, I don't know how else to test the board. Well, yeah, that's true. Just move the hot end fan over. So the hot end axial fan's now over there. Yeah, why don't I do the easy thing? Come down here, part fan, we're going to turn that on. And this fan is working. So it's nothing with the board, because that's working. Kind of wonder now. Did I fix the solder end? Oh, I can't turn that on without turning the heater on. Turn the heater on. Okay, it's trying to kick on the fan. So once again, it's something wrong with this fan. Because it's trying. It does try. And folks, you should not be physically plugging and unplugging fans with power on. So there is something wrong with this LDO motor fan. I don't know what. We touched up the solders. Unless there's something in the pen. I mean, I've never had bad like pens and stuff like that on an LDO anything. I'll try and pull these out and see if we can't redo them or check them. But I don't know why the 2-pin fan isn't even like engaging at all. That's just kind of really weird for me why it won't even attempt to engage. I mean, 24 volt and ground should work regardless of whether there's a tacho cable or not, or whether a tacho is defined. Now, I mean, these are looking good. as far as crimps go. Guess the other thing that we can try, like I said, I have no idea why the WINSINN fan isn't working. The other thing we can try on this is a continuity test end to end on each to see if there's a break in the wire. About the only other thing that I'm coming up with that it could be. Where's my like this is pretty bad when you're going down to this level saying, why is this fan not working? This makes no sense. But this is good. I haven't done this troubleshooting in a while. An experimental fan, at most 15 blower fans are not. Oh yeah, that's true too. But I also know that LDO would not be sending fans out if they hadn't been tested, right? So that's the other thing is I know LDO wouldn't send it out if it wasn't tested. This is signal. Signal wire good. Red power in the middle. It's got connectivity or continuity, but it was like the signal was 0.5 and the other one was like 0.3. So power and ground are 0.3 and the signal pin was a 0.5 on the continuity. Now it's reading a 0.3 as well. So they're all 0.3. So all the wires are good. And I'm connecting to a solder joint, so the solder joints are good. Could it be could it be something to do with like either the kickstart or dropping it down to 80% versus 100%? Not sure. Hey Nomad. So we're still doing weird. The LDO fan is still not working, and I tried to just substitute a WINSINN fan, and the WINSINN fan isn't trying at all. But then again, I'm looking at the config, and it's pretty standard config as far as, like the sense, or what is it? The max being dropped down to 80% and, all of that. We swapped the axial fan over, the axial fan being the hot end cooling fan, and it comes on just fine. So um so like what's different in the two fan settings? So the tool head or the hot end fan, it's got a tachometer pole interval. Okay. Max power is 1, kickstart 0.5. So it doesn't have the off below. Well, we're pushing plastic shenanigans, but while we start off great, after a few layers, we turn to garbage. And that's because the hot or the part cooling fan is not kicking on, right? Part cooling fan is not kicking on. So it's not liking something. I wonder. Do that. Plug this in. I thought we had a bad solder joint. I verified the solder joint or the solder on the ground. And I just continuity checked all 3 wires between the solder joint and the wire, and they're all continuity checking good. Every time it tries to kick the fan on, though, the fan just kind of does a shimmy shake, and that's it. I tried a 2-wire WINSINN fan. This doesn't even attempt to kick on. So I'm kind of confused as to what's going on there. Now, a thought that crossed my mind was 24-volt fan, we're only supplying max of 80%. This is my bench test power supply. This is 30 volt, 10 amp. So if we go, what do we got here? Voltage. $20 volt, because we're only going max of 80, right? So what's 80 of 24 volt? Math is hard. And doesn't do the amperage here, but I know the amperage is way low. These are normally like what, 0.2 amp? Oh, 24 volt, 80% of the time? Okay. So 24 volt, 0.2 amps. Most fans are like some stupid low amperage, right? 0.1, 0.2. I'm going to try and just see if we can't hotwire this and get it to come on. So black is ground. Red is power. If we let the magic smoke off, well, we still can't figure out why it's not working. So red to the power wire. And hit output. Fan's working. So there's nothing wrong with the fan. The fan is working right now. I'm providing, it's pulling 11.5 volts at a little bit over like 0.2 to a little bit more. So let me put this over here so you guys can possibly see that on the screen. So the fan works. There's nothing wrong with the fan. It's got to be something in the settings because we verified that the board works by swapping the fans. So the board works. So it's something in the settings that this fan doesn't like. And we're set for 24 volt, 0.2 amps. So max power. You say max power, but what we don't have is ah, 5 amp is the board limit. What's the limit of these fans? These fans have a spec, right? The WINSINN fan is like 24 volt, but it like some asinine small amount of amperage. You don't run the, I mean, I know the board's good to 5 amps, but the fan doesn't necessarily take 5 amps. I mean, I could run it higher, but the point is it was running by providing external power. And we know that the other fan runs off that connector, so it's not an issue with the connector. The board's good, the connector's good. The fan, we just verified that this fan is good. It's something in our configuration. So real fast, let me, what the hell do I have on? Iron Dragon. Iron Dragon. I'm just curious. I want to see what the setting is for this hot end fan to see what parameters we call out. Roller fan, part cooling fan. We've got kickstart and off below. Standard boron on a standard one. We're only calling kickstart and off below. The external power was set to artificially limit current, which the board can't control. The PWM cycle is called out but left at default. Okay. Just looking at some typical parameters here to see. Just trying to figure out like what's not a standard parameter that I'm used to seeing on fans. So max power, kickstart time, yep. Off below, yep. Cycle time is the other thing that I'm not used to necessarily seeing. Cycle time. So what does cycle time bring to the table? If your fan will not start, can change cycle time, increase. If your fan is not able to slow down, depending on your fan, you may need to increase this value if your fan will not start. That's kickstart. Can change cycle time, increase if your fan is not able to slow down. So the cycle time will change the slowdown. It's the kickstart time that messes with other things. So this kickstart time on a part cooling fan, which is a WINSINN or whatever, 5015 is 0.5. So yeah, that's normal. Depending on your fan, you may need to increase this value if your fan will not start. Well, our fan is not starting. We may need to increase that value. Hey, Creatix Brit, how's it going? I'm sorry, we're trying to troubleshoot some. So I wonder if adjusting the kickstart time is something that needs to happen. Um, I like I said, I need somebody that's had experience possibly with some taco fans because I don't know if the taco fan piece adds anything. Yeah, the cycle time is how fast it flickers when at power levels. But when I tell it to go 100, it shouldn't be cycling at all. It should just, the cycle time should only kick in when we're trying to do anything below max power, right? So I'm wondering if it's the kickstart time that needs to be adjusted up. Because I did notice the kickstart time on, it's zero point 0.5 here, zero point 0.5 for the hot end fan. So this is a 5015. This is um, a standard axial fan. And when we plugged the axial fan over there, it worked just fine. This kickstart time is up at 5, and this is the 6020 axial fans on my Trident. So I think maybe if we try and just bring the axial, or excuse me, the kickstart time for that fan up, maybe just start working it up 0.1 at a time and see if we can get it to kick on. We need to put this back in, and we were positive at the top, negative at the bottom. So negative signal in the middle, power at the end. And we're power at the top, ground at the bottom, signal in the middle. That back in. And we'll give it a shot. We'll just turn this on and see if we get a little bit better response out of it. It's still trying, but not getting there. Configuration, printer. I'll go up to 8. Um, yeah, like I said, I set it to 24 volt at 0.2 amp, and it was running at like 12 volt. I don't know why, but like I feel it trying. Yeah, yeah, it should be around 0.5, but it says to increase it if it's not starting. So that's what I'm doing, is just slowly moving it up and seeing if we're getting a response out of it. Like I said, I feel it engaging, trying to give it a flick, and it's stuttering. It's definitely trying. Yeah, so once again, max power is 0.8. Kickstart time, I'm just kicking it up. Off cycle below 0.13. We've got the cycle time. Like I said, I'm just adjusting this up to see if we can get it to kickstart, because that's the issue, is it's just not kickstarting. It is definitely trying to energize. So I have, well, no, because I plugged in the power and it ran in the right direction. When you say the current should be at least a half amp, you're talking about when I was just doing the test set? Okay, yeah, no, no, that's good. Not a problem. I get it. Yeah, it's trying, but it's just not getting it. I think the fan only works at lower voltage. Yeah. So let me, um, maybe I'll try and bring it up on the bench power supply again. Yeah, it gets warm real fast when it's trying to go. So So you're saying that this board says 24 volt, 5 amp, go, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to give it, well, I'll set my bench test to 24 volt, 5 amps. You did say 5 amps, right? And we'll see what the thing does. Without hitting the current limit. Yeah, so that's what I'm saying is I'll increase the current limit. So flip that over and we want ground to ground. Positive to positive. We had the current limit to 2 amps, so I'll set it at 2 amp just to see what we get. And it said no bueno at 2 amp. Yeah, so setting this at 0.2, it comes on and it rolls, right? We're at least getting it on. If I increase it up to 24 volt and half an amp, yeah. But if I do 24 volt half amp, you know what I'm saying? It just tries and stops. Same thing at 0.4. 0.3 it stops. So 0.2 amp and it's pulling just under, well, about 10.5 volts. So if I do, yeah, so that was my thought. I wonder if this is labeled 12 volt or 24 volt, but it's actually a 12 volt. 12 volt and 0.5 amps. 12 volt, 0.5 amps. And it stutter stops. If I drop the amperage back down to 0.2, it runs. I want to see what it does. I think a lot of times I see like 0.25 on fans. Now I'm set to 0.25 and it's running and it's pulling 11.3. Damn it. 2.5, take it back up to 24 volts at 0.25 amps. There's our fan. This is normally what I'm used to seeing. 24 volts, 0.25, right? It's only drawing until it stopped, which was just my wire clip coming off. Was. Okay, and then it just turned off. So it's starting, but it's not maintaining. If I go anything higher in the amperage, it violently kicks and stops. So yeah, there is something wonky here. Um, a- and the motor's hot. The motor should not be hot. I mean, it's not hot like I'm going to burn myself, but the motor shouldn't be hot at all. Let me pop this one out. Ground to ground. Positive to positive. Never the two should meet. We're at 24 volt, 0.25 amps. And it says doesn't even think about it. Doesn't want to do it. Still nothing at half an amp. So I'm kind of wondering if this particular fan just may be Tango uniform. Because even dropping it lower, not even starting. Like I'm not even feeling this try and energize. So this fan just may be Tango uniform. Or once again, shitty solderers. Because that would never happen on a, right? Good news is I have a whole nother pack of 5015s because, well, we tend to use those, so we tend to stock those here. So we can see if we just got a DOA fan or what. As far as the WINSINN fan goes. And if I can get a WINSINN fan to work, then we'll slap the WINSINN fan and try and give it a go. I think the fan was being overvolted, and when it got hot, some of the coils, exactly. I'm wondering if that was a mislabeled 12-volt fan. Set there for the moment. This fan, let's pop these out. Well, this is good technical troubleshooting stuff. I mean, not bad that we get to do this. It's kind of interesting and helps you guys get some good feedback on these fans and the motors and stuff. Okay, so once again, this says brushless dual ball bearing, 24-volt DC. So ground clip goes to the ground. I say ground. My negative goes to negative, so black to black. Positive, which is red, red to red. And once again, we're still at 24 volts, 0.25 amps. And I've got a spinning fan at 24 volts, 0.25 amps. So we will now cut the cord and do our thingy on this one and try and throw that one in there and see if that solves problems. I think, yes, I've got pins and that. So I just need to find length, cut it, and do the whole solder thing again. Oops. Here for now, why not? We're gonna make this happen. And then the response back to LDO on the kits needs to be, we need to look at those fans again still. Something's still wrong with the fan. Like, was there a reason why we were going with a, well, I keep saying, was there a reason for the custom 10,000 RPM fans? Inquiring minds want to know. And the response that I haven't been able to look up and see just yet is print speed limit for the batch one printers was part cooling, so I guess it was a way to go faster. So is 10,000 like faster than normal? Like, I have no idea what these, like, I don't pay attention to the CFMs on these. On that side, back on the other side. Just trying to make sure I'm putting it away. Sorry for those of you that are in here just wanting to see printing. I promise you, we're trying to get there. We are trying to get there. Okay, so before I do anything else, I'm just going to plug this in and see if we can get it to do the thing. So fan is in, fan's not moving. There's some kind of indicator I can give you guys. Um, we'll get the little triangle there, and if this works, then woohoo! Kickstart time. We're going to go back to 0.5. Don't want to change that if we don't have to. So we're going to go back to stock. Hey, Reverend. Yes, this is a batch 2 kit. Okay, part fan. We got fan. We got fan. Woohoo! Okay, so I need to, take that off. And then I'm going to snip the edges off here to open this up. We can get it properly mounted in the printer, get our printer back together, and maybe get our, we'll try boat again. Getting kind of late. I don't know if everybody wants to stick around to see boat finish, but we'll be able to see at least boat get started. That's out. We got our bearings in there. This is going to sit down in there. Going to sit down in there. Oh, this is sitting a little bit more proud. Interesting. So something about this is, not sitting fully down in there, right? So we'll ball bearings in that are sweet. So at the WINSINN, I think the dimensions are slightly different, and it's sitting a little proud now. So either I need to trim some more stuff off, which might be. Try and do that first, just make sure I'm fully trimmed up. And if we still can't sit down in there flush, then it may be a swap out of the ball bearings to the 5mm ball bearings. Yeah, it's sitting flush here. It's not sitting flush there. So there's something that's holding this side up. You know what? These ears are higher, so maybe I don't need my ball bearings. Best to remove the ball bearings. God, come here. Okay, so let's remove the ball bearings. And I just put those down in there, and those were 5.5 and not 5. Damn it. Which ones are slightly bigger than the others? I think I got the right ones. We'll see. Those over there out of the way. Now, will this go down in there all the way? Yes. Does it foul? Doesn't seem to. Let's turn the print fan on, see if it catches. No racket being made, so that's good. But that was a good test. Now we need to get our plate and all of our screws back in. That one. Third large one, or long one, I should say. Now with that part on, before I keep going any more screws, I want to make sure that I'm still not getting any rubbing on the fan. All right, plenty of airflow and no rubbing on the fan, so that's good. I think we have success, guys, gals. Need to put this back in. This goes in there in good ways. I probably should have done this before I put this on. It'll be easier. And I'm going to shut everything down because I am going to have to unplug that cable to get the cable door on. So it's going to be easier to see this and get it shoved in there and make sure it's all the way in. We've got our cable clip, the boning coupler clip that goes in. We've got this cable clip that goes in. Cable clip, PTFE tube, like alignment piece that goes in. So this goes in, we're all done. We're gonna power that down, unplug it, unplug this. Now we can start buttoning the hatches up. Yeah, so the batch 2 kit, we did have some blobbing at the heat break there. We did try and take the hot end apart and hot tighten that. Well, not hot tighten it, but tighten it up a bit. Yeah, I ugga-dugga it as much as I felt comfortable without trying to potentially snap it in half because that would suck. The we'll go ahead and give it a shot. If we notice another issue, then we'll have to take it apart and really work on it. But I hope we're good. I hope we're good. So running issues. The LDO fan, no worky with the juices being provided by the board for whatever reason. Don't know why. But we tried everything we could. We know that running it with 24 volt at 0.2 amps and 0.25 amps, it'll run, but only for a period of time, and then it shuts down. I don't know why it is shutting down. I don't know if it's like looking for feedback on the taco line, and because it doesn't get it, it shuts down for safety reasons. I don't know. Like I said, I don't run TAC enabled fans on any of my printers, so that's kind of new territory for me. The so far what we did to get around that and bypass that was to swap in a WINSINN fan that, you know, I tend to use WINSINN on a lot of my builds and they work. So I haven't had any issues with them. The so we'll be up and running with a WINSINN fan. 2-wire fan instead of the taco, so we just have to remember that we can't run the taco macros because, well, we don't have tacos on. If I can get my hands on a honey badger fan, I mean, that I know has tacos, or at least has the ability for taco. So that's back on there and buttoned up. We got that out of the way. We can plug this back in. We can plug this back in. Good there. Got a couple of fan shrouds, fans. I really don't know why this one's not even attempting. Because we plug this in directly. You know what? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Wait, that's the LDO one. We want to keep the LDO one in case you guys need it. I don't know why this WINSINN fan is working. I don't know if it's worth my time. Oh, that's not even a WINSINN. You know what? I don't know. It's not worth my time to try and figure it out. It didn't work. It failed me. It goes in the bin. The LDO one we're going to keep in case you guys want it back for any type of testing. Just let me know. If you want to send me a new one, okay, we'll take a new one. Whoops. I'm going to get that set up, We're going to put some filament back in here. Or get filament ready to go back in there. And by the way, folks, the filament load macro, if you have filament anywhere in here and you tell it to do the filament load macro, it is planning for filament being at the inlet of the gear, and it shoves it all the way through. So if you've got any type of filament up in this channel, when you say go, you're going to have a big blobby mess up here. Just to let you guys know. We had an ad break going on. So I hope everybody's hung out and stuck around. I know it's been a fun kind of testing session here. But as soon as our screen comes up and we're good to go, we will, here we are. We're good. We're getting similar readings between the extruder and the bed. We are up and running. I'm going to tell it to do a filament load. Apparently it wants to home the printer before it does a filament load. So, okay. So it did homing. Now it's going to raise the temperature up to 220. And once it gets there, it'll suck the filament in. I'm just keeping it kind of pressed up against the gears. So the big thing, Reverend, is take a look at the heat break, or yeah, the heat break to, the heat break to the hot block. If it looks like there's a tiny gap, you may want to try and tighten it a tad bit more. That's all I had to do. I'm going to hope and pray that that actually did it. So I don't know. We'll see. Just spit filament out. And I will say that has not solved the problem. So I do still have some filament coming out around the hot block and the heat break. I do not know why, but there is. I'm just going to try and clean up as much of this that just oozed out from that initial extrusion so I can keep an eye on this and tell if it's continuing or getting worse. Maybe, yeah. Maybe it's just melting the little bit that I didn't get off beforehand. So I'll hold that comment for a little bit. So we've got filament loaded. I did lower the temp back down so that we didn't keep oozing out all over our pretty nozzle. And we wanted to try boat again, right? So let's try boat again. Good thing is the nozzle's kind of, it's at 170. So we just need to get the bed up to temperature, which it does pretty fast. At some point I should probably cut the excess Z-belt here some. Doesn't need to be 3 inches extra long. Yeah, and like I said, I'll keep an eye on it as we print a little bit with it, and see if it's still giving me some problems. If so, then I'll take it apart again, but I probably will not do that on stream. I'll do that off stream. And don't stick your finger on the nozzle when it's heating up. It's a little toasty. So I'm assuming that batch 3 is going to incorporate like some of these comments as more people are building batch 2s. Yeah, I know that's normally how Jason works over with LDO. I'm really like that part cooling fan is the thing that's kind of getting me right now. Is I do it all the time, and I can confirm that we shouldn't. Um, what's that? This is pretty bad when I can't follow my own conversation. Um, oh, touching the nozzle. Yeah. That happens, and I put that away, and I'm starting to ooze again because the temperature or the nozzle's coming. And you don't have to do that, but you know, it's pretty. I want to keep it pretty. Boy. So there we go. Bada bing, bada boom. It'll come down, it'll touch that little silicone pad, and then it's going to start our prime line and hit the existing prime line that I didn't take off after all of that. The good news is the few millimeters it skipped isn't going to matter on this since I'm not doing a full bed. First layer is going down nicely. The real trick is after this is done, if I see that fan kick on, that'll make me happy. That means we stand a chance because I believe the fan should kick on after the first layer. Maybe the first two. There it goes. I hear it. I hear it. We're working with LDO, providing feedback on areas for improvement in the guiding kit, as well as adjusting the process to improve the kit. Yeah, that's good. And I mean, LDO is really good at, taking the feedback and running with it. So I'm sure that, the next succession batch of kits will get better and better. And folks also know too that just like any printer, you want to print, right? Get it going, print. Make sure you get your belts fairly well tensioned, print. Don't worry about chasing, oh, I told it to do a 30 by 30 square and it's doing 29.8 and 29.9. I need to just print with it for a little while. Get a few hours on it, then come back and start trying to dial in that precision. You need to give your belts time to break in and deal with the forces that are working on the belts, and they'll stretch just a little bit. I don't know about these 3mm belts, how much they'll stretch compared to like what we're used to seeing with 6. Um, but I'm sure that I'll have to do like a quarter or a half turn just to tension them a little bit more um, down the road. But for now, we got boats going good. So, and I haven't seen any. I know it's hard. That's the one downside to this and this glass plate is just trying to show the print. Right? I don't know if like, can I bring this down here and maybe find an angle that shows the print without a lot of background. There we go. We can see the print some. Oh yeah. Yeah, and having you here, having Nomad here while I'm doing the build, and I know Nomad's been in ModBot stream, and and thank you, Nomad, by the way, if you're still there listening. Thank you uh, for doing the knife twisting on ModBot, saying, well, we got at least 3 more streams left. I mean, he's halfway through building the base. We joke with him all the time because he's very easy to get to squirrel out, and we squirrel him out so much on his streams. It's funny. But I can tell you just looking, if I don't know if you'll be able to see, but looking at the bow there, I'm seeing no sagging yet, and we probably would have if the fan wasn't working. So yeah, we're doing good now. And yes, I'm sorry about the seasickness. I am holding the camera by hand, trying to get us a decent view. And yeah, it's looking good. We've got a lot better hull going than what we did on the last one, so that's good. I am seeing a little bit of flapping in the belt on the Y run. That's why I said, get some prints on it and then tighten the belt a little bit. But at this point, like I said, it's probably going to be like a quarter turn at a time. Quarter turn, run a little bit more, maybe a little bit more. But it doesn't have to be nearly as tight as a boron or anything like that from what Nomad was telling me before. Yeah, we got boat going. I don't know how much of that is print and how much is reflection. Here we go, trying to get rid of some of the reflection there. And Common Sense says, let me just grab a box, set this on a box, and hope that that's about, see, that one's a little bit too high now. Whoops. Oh no, we knocked it off. We knocked it off. Oh no. It was going so good. Cancel. Cancel. Stop oozing everywhere. Stop oozing everywhere. Then cancel. Oh, confirm. Ah, so we knocked it off. So I wonder now. Okay, yeah. So looking at this, I wonder if if we lost a step in Z when it did it when it hit the purge line over here. I wonder if we may have lost a step in Z or something when it hit the initial purge line. And the reason I say that is looking at this first layer, if I can get it to show up here. I am seeing some slight gaps. Come on now. I am seeing, there we go. I am seeing some slight gaps between that first layer. So I may need to squish it just a tad bit more. But I'll check that out when we get going again. I will get this restarted. We are going to print a boat tonight, I promise you. I will say that the front bow was starting to get a little droopy, and this is the rear backside getting a little bit droopy. Now, it could get better if I change the orientation on the bed, because once again, we're only getting cooling from one side. So changing the orientation on this might actually help that some. But for now, we're going to go ahead and just tell it to reprint. We may drop it down a little bit more. I'll watch as it's doing the hull perimeters, and if it looks like there's a little bit of a gap, I'll drop it down a little bit more. And by a little bit more, I mean like 0.25. Or not 0.25, 0.025. You can uncap the maximum fan speed in the config. Well, that's true too. Because I'm not running the LDO fan. We can bring this up to max power as 1.0. And like I said, notes, notes, notes. So that way, if I do get a replacement, I can remember that. Um, eh, that's going to be a stop. Oh no, we'll let it go. It is printing. It didn't go through the homing sequence. And I'm seeing gaps, so I'm going to drop this down. Like I said, I'm going 0.25, and I'm going to look at the gaps between the lines. and see if they close up. If they don't close up, then I'll go down one more. And go down one more. So I'm going down a total of 0.05. Uh, yeah, I know I can do it on clipper screen, but I'm doing it in the, I've always done it in fluid or mainsail, but I know I can do it on clipper screen as well. And I do it in, yeah, so going into tune is 0.01 or 0.05. I can actually get finer resolution going through the GUI, which is what I normally do. So, but boat was going well, and I think it was the drooping of that tip right there that may have caused it to catch and knock it off. So if this knocks off again, I will reorient it so it's in a different position, and that may help prevent the droop of the front bow because it'll give more cooling on that front edge. Basically, because I have little faith. I'm gonna go ahead and slice one up in that orientation. Yeah, after this one, success or not, I'm going to do a firmware restart because that way we'll pick up the uncapping of the fan. So we'll have a little bit more airflow. Um, did I hear you guys say that you are prototyping a different fan cooler that might go more around the hot end? You need to start trolling in your Discord and check out what may be in there. But yeah, because that rear corner is dipping a bit and the front edge is starting to dip a bit. And once again, that's in the works. Yeah. I think here it's just the print, the speed, if I slowed this down, it would have more time where the air is in the area of it that would cool it down. I mean, we're PLA, we're printing at 200. I could try dropping it down to 190, but I don't know if that's really going to make much of a difference. But we've got boat coming. Just realized that this is like in a crap. What was I doing? I was going to try a 1-2-3 block and see if the 1-2-3 block was better for getting you a better view. The 1-2-3 block may be too low. Positron box is too high. Go 1-2-3 block and our screw size sorter. Let me see if we can bring you guys over in an angle. And I keep hearing it rattle a bit, and I think that's where it's catching one of those drooping ends. This back corner over here is not drooping that bad. It's that front corner that's kind of really droopy. We'll see. I think we're farther along than we were on the last one. Yeah, we are definitely. Okay. So yeah, I think we're going to be successful, and I'm going to definitely try and reorientate the model. Well, I've already sliced it and uploaded it to where it's front to back versus side to side. And I think that will help tremendously on the cooling, because it'll have more time in that area, I think, as it's moving around. And then, or at least I think it will. And let's see what else. Yeah, I think overall we're doing good. I just want to get some time on this, basically break the printer in a little bit. Not break the printer, but break it in. And then either next week or the week after, I'll probably take it into the office and kind of show it off. I mean, that's really what this printer is designed for, is picking it up and taking it out and showing people, right? And so I think being able to take this printer, you know, take it to a family event, take it to, uh, take it into the office, take it wherever, right? And just show it off. I think that's the strength of this printer, is the ability to take it places and do just that, show it off. show people the power of 3D printing. And yeah, we're printing a benchy, right? We know it doesn't float; it capsizes. We know it doesn't do, it's not a practical print, but showing off the ability that you can take this small printer places and do on the spot prints for people, or like I can't tell you when I went to uh, Murph up in Goshen, Indiana for one of the first times I went. My son lives or used to live like literally 5 minutes from the venue, right? He was like, I could walk to Log Cabin Coffee if you've ever been there. Um, so I brought my V0 and I think one of the Rooks, and I was printing the whole time. Like I would take them back to the house at the end of the night and print, and printed several things that he still has in his house because he's a big Spider-Man fan and everything. So having something small like this that you can take with you, take on a plane even, is great. You're definitely not taking a rat rig on a plane, but you can take this on a plane. Okay, and I think dropping the temperature down to 190 has helped in some of the cooling. So we'll see. See how it goes. So with that, hey folks, I just realized it's 10:30. I'm not going to wait for this to finish. We've got like an estimated another 40-ish minutes, I think. So wait a minute. File says 50 minutes. Slicer says 45-ish. That is counting down. We're going for 13. On it. Yeah, it says we got a little over another 45 minutes. I'm not going to hang out that long to keep you guys here on the stream. So with that, I think we're going to go ahead and call this a night. It's Thursday night. I'm not sure if Jano's on or if he's already done with marble races. I'm sure somebody here can tell me. We normally raid over to Jano on Thursday nights because of the marble races. But we've had a few people come in from various streams. So let's see what we got. We've got the Jang doing some Lego. Mona Lisa. Wow. Okay. Juana's playing some games. Yes, Jano's on. Looks like he's in the throes of marble races. You have 2 races left. Uh-oh. Okay, Adrian's playing card games. We got science. We haven't been over on science in a while. I know some of you are multi-streaming and over there playing playing marbles. Okay, Pan Fried Nuda. What's Pan Fried doing today? Should have him on my list. Oh, there he is. Spooky builds for spooky time. The Nuda House builds the Lego Halloween DWP. Okay. We can jump over to Panfred Nuda. That's good. Freddy's being awesome. Okay. I will go ahead and get the raid started over to Panfred Nuda. Thanks for the suggestion there, Liz. Everybody, have a great evening. Thank you so much for being here and sharing your evening with me. I know we had a lot of troubleshooting going on and we were just hoping to print. overall, I say this is a great kit. This is a great printer. It's the build was pretty easy. You saw how easy it was to take the hot end apart and work on that tonight. Um, Not sure what's going on with this fan. The other fan, yeah, it was whatever. I can't even tell you what the brand was. It was a crap brand. So we tossed that, and we got a WINSINN in there, and that WINSINN's doing great. I will post a print of this sometime tomorrow, or a picture of this print sometime tomorrow, because it does look like it's going to finish and finish well. So with that being said, we're going to raid on out of here to Panfred Nudo. Nuda, thank you all for being here. And yes, Liz, Saturday morning with coffee. Definitely going to happen. We'll probably talk about this, maybe do some more printing on this, maybe get a box turtle going, and yeah, see where we go from there. So thank you all for being here. Have a great night. See you later. Bye, all.